हरि ओम. ओम श्री चिन्मय सद्गुरवे नमः. ओम समस्त जन कल्याणे निरतं करुणामयं नमामि चिन्मयं देवं सद्गुरुं ब्रह्मविद्वरं. हरि ओम. Famous quotations published of Param Poojya Guruji, Swami Tejomayananda ji. Literary also, which are very good, entertaining and having a deep significance for our life and spiritual practices. Seek spirituality. Seek spirituality. The thought, I am the body, is most humorous, laughable, laughable, laughable. Indeed. So it is completely illogical and unreal contention that one is the body, which is not much great than the body of a frog or a monkey. So I am not this animal body which is deteriorating, getting rotten, and one day turning into ash, and which is made up of just clay, air, water, fire, and or ether, space. I am the clean and pure, immanent and immaculate. Consciousness, ever free, made up of happiness. So the thought, I am the body, is most humorous, laughable, 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 indeed. By no way we can prove it. Therefore, it is the greatest joke. And so, the seers and philosophers keep on smiling. And also the idols of gods. I just smile on their face, because we live in this world, even though essentially we are same as them, as body. Next, Vedanta helps us ascertain that we are not a body, mind, intellect. This knowledge is all powerful. For a thinking person, for an intelligent person, and also for one who has abundant faith in scriptures, Vedanta is a valid means of knowledge, which proves by reasoning also that we are not this assemblage of all limbs, organs of action and organs of perception and thoughts in mind and intellect, also ego. And this knowledge is such a powerful knowledge, it is a strength in itself, and it gives us support to stand as witness in all the challenges in our lives and around us. Vedanta tells that you are that supreme reality, and not at all get affected by anything in the world. all else is like a dream. Next, to not attain divinity in the human body is indeed a big mistake, a lost opportunity, and a great loss. इह चेदवेदी दत्तसत्यमस्ति न चेदिहा वेदी महते विनष्टे. We have got this human body which is very rare. Also this discriminating, differentiating, distinguishing intellect, and also self-knowledge giving persons and organizations are available around us. So we should take benefit of all these opportunities that are available to us and know what we are basically. And thus we can attain that divinity for which we always pay our respect, because by nature we are that. So to not attain divinity in the human world is indeed a big mistake, a lost opportunity and a great loss. If we don't do that and spend our life aimlessly running after the momentary joys, then that is our blunder. Also, it says that opportunity knocks at your door. You are either sleeping inside or gone outside. So this opportunity is lost. And this is a great loss. All other material and worldly gains are just empty inside and unreal in front of this. So we must focus our all time, attention to gain this self-knowledge. This is the topmost priority of us. Next, desire is an expression of incompleteness. Desire means I want, and I want comes when I is there, and this I is limited sense of individuality born out of identification with the conditions, and all the conditions are perishable in their nature. And because of them we superimpose their perishing nature on ourselves, and we ourselves feel incomplete. But the fact is that our nature is perfection and complete and wholeness. So then that wrongly felt identity gets expressed in the form of desires. I want. So desire is an expression of incompleteness. The antidote is desirelessness by knowing the fullness of our own self. Next, our weakness is we cannot abide in Aham Brahmasmi, but truth is truth and fact is fact. In our scriptures, these great sentences establishing the oneness of individual self and supreme self are unconditional. They are not in the fashion that you are that, provided that this conditions apply, or aham brahmasmi, if and only if my mind is getting concentrated in absorption, I live in this way, I have studied Sanskrit, etc. No condition is there. It is absolute and very much evident truth that my true self and the all pervading Chaitanya consciousness is one and the same. But our limitation of mind and intellect is such that we cannot experience that happiness which is assured after this self knowledge happens. As a person, when due to some disease or fever he becomes weak, and a heavy thing he is told to hold in his hand, he cannot hold it and it slips from his hand. In the same way, due to this indulgence in sense enjoyment, our mind and intellect becomes so weak and substanceless that it can't hold this truth, I am Brahman, and it just slips its hand, and habitually the mind goes in search of happiness outside. So when we make our mind and intellect strong by regular and daily study of scriptures and by other spiritual practices, then with Guru's grace and blessings we can experience this. Next, we campaign for Brahman but vote for Maya. While in study class, we understand that yes, Brahman is real and Maya is just an appearance. Brahman is one and sentient and consciousness itself, and Maya is inert and dependent on Brahman, and it manifests in manifold objects in the universe. So Brahman is the source of pure happiness, and Maya, due to its manyness, causes always disturbance, worry, conflict, competition, and all the calamities. Even though we understand this, but immediately after that study class or satsang is over, we go and seek for momentary happiness in this Mayic world only, this world produced by Maya only. So we spent very little time in this Brahman thought, only during that discourses time, and all other rest of the time we contemplate and think over this ephemeral world only, that is the expression of Maya, and therefore we realize sorrow. Thus we campaign for Brahman but vote for Maya. Next, ask not for a wave, how long it lasts. Ask for the ocean, it includes all the waves. A wave is made up of water, which is the essence of the ocean. But water as such is a permanent entity, and wave is not. Wave is momentary. It will rise at one moment and it will stay for some time and then it will be merged. So same way, all the things in the world, even up to heaven and other worlds, higher worlds. Even though compared to earthly life, they have as if immortal existence, but still, compared to the infinite flow of time, that is also just momentary. And Lord is such whose this time is the creation or a concept of that total mind and intellect. Therefore, ask not for a wave, how long it lasts, so it is momentary. Ask for the ocean, it includes all the wave. And when that one essence, that one reality is known, since that is the ultimate cause of everything, so after knowing that, we come to know all the things as if we get all the objects of the world because we have got that cause itself. It concludes all the ways. Then next, to reach perfection and to act in accordance with the injunctions and advice of the scriptures, not by whims and fancies. To reach perfection, act in accordance with the injunctions and advice of the scriptures, not by whims and fancies. In short, let you live a life prompted by scriptures and not by your own desires. Shastra Praman. The scriptures is a deciding authority for doing or not doing anything, and not our own mind and intellect, because that keeps changing. The thing that my mind feels now it is good, it may just have completely opposite feeling after some time. Also, the thing that my intellect now supposes that it is of utmost importance, it may change its decision and give importance to some other thing. So, in this way, when they themselves are unsteady and undergoing a change, definitely the scriptures, which is a timeless truth, it is tried and tested over a lot much more period of time, and this knowledge is eternal like that Lord. So give it the authority to decide the course of your life. Next, mere scholarly study, intellectual discussion, or writing commentaries about the scriptures cannot lead to realization. It is very true, because as long as the wisdom got from that scholarly study do not become our own, and we do not assimilate the conclusion arisen from that intellectual discussion, also we have not experienced ourselves what we are writing in the commentaries of our scripture, the realization is far away from us. It is said that a donkey or a bullock carries the burden of many scriptural books on its back, but he doesn't understand even a word of that. Also, an analogy is given of a ladle which is used to serve curry, etc., that keeps on submerged in that curry, that tasty curry, but it itself never tastes that. In the same way, even though philosophy as a subject of study is understood, commented upon, etc., but it may not lead to realization until and unless it becomes my own knowledge and I act upon it and then experience personally, first hand, direct, immediate knowledge of that. Next, the mind is the cause of our bondage and liberation. It can take us to the highest or condemn us to a life of ignorance. मन एव मनुष्याणां कारणं बन्धमोक्षयोः. Mind can make your life and make you a god man, or just it will reduce you to a beast level. Because mainly we behave, we speak, and act according to the thoughts of mind. Rarely do we find ourselves other than mind. Generally, we identify with the desires, etc., that arise in mind, and we don't keep our separate entity ourselves so as to examine and put a stamp of our sanction on every thought that passes through my mind. If not, then leave it. And therefore, it is very much important to train this mind and fill it with the noble thoughts so as to identify it with the total mind and let that Lord express through our mind by cleansing it of our narrow, stinky ego. Therefore, it is called that the mind is the cause of our bondage and liberation, and it can take us to the highest or condemn us to a life of ignorance. Generally, also, transactional world, if the mind is cultured, then it can give us lot of wealth and all friends and power and whatnot, because speech also will work according to mind, and that mind will have the noble thoughts on which our activities, our actions will become excellent, and then we will be released from bondage. If not, if you do some wrong thinking, based on that, our speech will be also of that worst quality, and then actions also based on such thoughts, they will also put us in bondage instead of liberating. Mind makes us do according to its desires and degrading up to the animal level. That is also possible when it is left unguarded and unguided. But regulated mind, a mastered mind, obeys us. It entertains a desire for knowledge and it revels in that higher bliss of spiritual practices. And when one wins mind, then that also enjoys that and itself becomes ready to offer itself at the feet of that higher supreme self, that total mind. Next, the truth of the self is the truth of the whole world. This is the highest vision of Vedanta, the realization of oneness. This is a Mahavakya, the great sentence establishing the oneness. The truth of the self is the truth of the whole world. This is the highest vision of Vedanta, the realization of oneness. When we leave our own conditionings, like our limited existence, our little knowledge, and our very spot-like happiness, and also we leave the conditionings of that creator, that cause of the creation, that infinite existence, objectless knowledge, and pure peace and happiness. When these conditionings are left together, then what remains is that attributeless pure consciousness that is one and the same in individual and total. This is called a great sentence, and this is the essence of Vedanta. And this self knowledge leads one to realization. Next, I is the pure consciousness which illumines the inert body and makes it sentient. So, I is the real self, the core of our personalities. I is the pure consciousness which illumines the inner body and makes it sentient. So, due to its proximity, this body mind intellect equipment made up of inert five elements works in this world, does all actions, outer also with hands and legs, with eyes and ears, and inner also with mind and intellect of comprehension and doubt and decision making, etc. So this just happens because of the proximity of the self, exactly like because of the sun, how that lotus blossoms because of the wind, how leaves of the tree shake because of the wind, how waves are formed. And because of the magnet, how these iron pieces seem to move. So in this way, the inert things also become living because of this nearness of pure consciousness, and that we are, that we illumine and know the outer things and thoughts in us. So, the sentiency that we see inside and outer world is because of our pure self. Next, the longest journey is from yourself to yourself. Till we are extrovert and under the erroneous notion that I am this inert body, etc. The realization of our self is very far away, as if it is the longest journey from ourselves to ourself, and it may take so many births, spiritual practices, cleansing of mind, study of scriptures, reflecting on it, removing doubts, then meditating, and then absorption and realization by self knowledge. But this long journey is to be taken without lifting even a step, without moving even for an inch. We have to do this travel from ourself to ourself only in our understanding, in our wisdom, in our knowledge by way of intellect. And we have to give up our misunderstanding and with full and firm faith in scriptures and also in earlier saints and seers who have experienced it. We have to hold on to the fact that I am that. Next, ignorance of the self is the only reason we feel limited. Once we discover our true self, there is infinite joy. We are of the inherent nature of happiness. But we always feel that I am restrained, I am conditioned by so many family rules and etiquettes and manners in society, and then laws, etc. And I am away from this infinite happiness, Paramananda of the self. This all happens because of our ignorance of the self. When we come to know, first at your intellectual level, and then slowly, doubtless knowledge comes to our constant remembrance, then all the shackles, all the bondage gets dissolved, and by that pure self, without any attributes, without any walls of body, mind, etc., that itself was and is liberated and of the nature of infinite joy. So, ignorance of the self is the only reason we feel limited. Once we discover our true self, there is infinite joy. It is like a jail, but jail that walls are only imaginary. When one comes to know that walls are not there, so there, then and there he is free, independent, to go anywhere, and in fact to know that he is everywhere. Next, in this limited world conditioned by time, truth alone is eternal. The second, this duality, this manyness came, that is naturally finite, that is limited. Limited by time. At one place, at one time it was not there. At one place and time it came into being. It will stay for some time at some place, and then at one time and place it will again be non existent. So, in this way, this world is limited by time, space, object, etc. But on the substratum of truth, this all happens. This appearance is seen on the real base, real ground, real support of that self. And therefore, that self is not conditioned by time. It is all the time. It is beyond the time, and concept of time rises and merges back into it. It is not limited, conditioned by the space also. It is all pervading, and in fact, this space by which we get this space idea, that is the concept of itself, and also it is infinite, unconditioned, unlimited with respect to object. It is not that pen is in pen, paper is in paper, pen is not in paper, paper is not in pen. So the existence of pen is limited only up to its width, height and length, and existence of paper is limited only up to its width, height and length. So where the area of paper begins, pencil is not there, pen is not there. But this truth is all pervading. It has gone in and through all. It is at left, right, up, down, and all the sides, inside out of all the things. Therefore, truth alone is eternal. In this limited world conditioned by time, truth alone is eternal. Next, unless one becomes a seeker of knowledge, one can never be a man of knowledge. Someone said that in your ashram, what are the role, responsibilities and facilities of a seeker, student and a teacher, guru? So when he said that the seeker or a student has to do all the work that the teacher orders him, and he is to serve and then study when said, and what guru has to do? Guru just orders him and he accepts whatever people offered him. So he said that I will prefer to become guru And now here it is said, unless one becomes a seeker of knowledge, one can never be a man of knowledge. So first we have to have faith, and then we have to search for it. We have to seek it. And for that, all the spiritual practices advised by scriptures that we do. And then we become the one who has realized this knowledge, and then becomes the embodiment of that knowledge. Next, in the world there is no such feeling as independence. In reality, there is only interdependence. Param Swatantrana Sirapara Koi. Only one independent entity is that Lord, that untouched and unaffected and unattached pure consciousness. Other than that, each and every being and thing in this world is interdependent but not independent. The air that we breathe in, that is just a fraction of the environmental air, and in which so many people's breathing out is mixed. The earth also we share with crores of other species, other animals, germs and insects and serpents, reptiles. Same way water, etc., space. So we cannot stay isolated. Even without family and society and nation, we cannot stay, because we have the higher needs, like a need to be loved, a need to belong something and to be belonged, a need for appreciation and recognition. So many needs of our highly evolved mind and intellect are there, and for that we need the company and social contacts. Therefore, independence is not there, but only interdependence is there. One day there was so much snowfall in the forest that all the animals were dying of the cold. And those animals who have that thorns, sarinder it is called, that thorny animal, they were also about to die in that cold. So the one father, the eldest in the family, their group, he advised that if we hold on to each other and remain as one bundle with each other, then we can save ourselves from this cold. When they tried that, their each other's thorns, they pricked them. So they complained. They said, we cannot hold on each other's. The thorns are pricking. Then he said, still you forbear that. You have forbearance, you have courage, and you just tolerate that and be at one place. Hold on to each other. and give the warmth of your own body to others and take the warmth of other bodies to you. In this way, this bitter winter will pass and then we will be still alive to enjoy the summer. So, in this way, we have to live in this world with all others. We can't stay isolated, and therefore, we have to just love, cooperate, forbear, and forgive each others, and care and share. Also, we should follow. Next, when the vision changes, we see everything in a new light. Everything is the same, yet everything is not the same. Instead of ignorance, focus is only I, mine, to me. The center of most of our thoughts revolves around this me, mine, to me only. And then we feel narrow, and as if that infinite self which resides here as I, that feels suffocated. Like when we have our footwear, our shoes or chappals, one number less than what is our number. So how our foot doesn't fit in that, and therefore it harms us. So same way, when the vision changes, we see everything in a new light, and everything is the same, yet everything is not the same. And when we come to know that yes, I am not this body, etc., so this I, identifying with this limited conditioning goes away. Then accordingly, as a result of that, the I-ness, minus, and to me, that also changes, and thus we become all, and the happiness got by all becomes ours, and we also learn to take care of all, consider all. Now the center of our thoughts changes from me to you, yours, and all other things, as if the periphery of our ego broadens, expands, and slowly it engulfs all the cosmos. In this way, even though the world around us remains same, but still it doesn't remain same because our vision to it has changed, and that changes the perception also. Change in attitude changes perception. Next, spirituality is not a particular action, it is the vision behind all actions. Righteousness, religion, and spirituality are different, and spirituality is a way of living, it is a vision behind all action, and it is not that just listening to discourses or applying some tilak, etc., a mark on our forehead, or having that garland of beads around our neck. when that God principle is found in us, and it is known that myself is the self of all, then that God principle is seen in each and every thing and being around us. Then, even if we want to spread our handkerchief on the wire, even if we want to keep our shoes, that also we keep very gently, properly, neatly, and tidily. And as we will not pull and push and drag ourselves in the same way, we will not be harsh towards even insentient objects. As we appreciate ourselves, so same way we will appreciate toothbrush and our chair and all the things as if they are also conscious beings. We smile at flowers and we greet the chirping birds and we wave to the waving trees. So, in this way, all life as if gets that divine vision. So, spirituality is not a particular action, it is the vision behind all action. That consciousness, the realization of consciousness in all things changes our way of action itself. Next, once the attitude is divinized, the entire life becomes special and spiritual. Our attitude changes our perception. So, the earlier what we find as taking undue advantage of us or unjust with us, afterwards we see the falsehood and emptiness of our own thoughts and condemnation and superimposition of those mind's weakness, our own mind's weakness on the outer things and beings. And then our vision becomes clear and we see the consciousness in all. And with that vision of oneness flows universal love and all the virtues like selfless service, etc. So once the attitude is divinized, the entire life becomes special and spiritual. Then the life of such a great soul becomes a celebration. Wherever he goes, festival as if there it comes. People just get happiness in his company. They also feel elevated, calm and quiet, and purity of mind is experienced among them. Temporarily, they also become desireless and full of understanding and wisdom. Next, a life of dynamism flows from a combination of great vision and action. Vision is the philosophy of life, and action is actual application of that philosophy. So it is said, like in terms of equations, vision plus action is equal to transformation. Vision minus action is equal to imagination, and action minus vision is equal to confusion. So only I know what is good. But if I don't do according to that, that just remains a thought, and thoughts don't have hands and legs. We have to lend them to it. Then also, of course, I will not reap its results. And if I am doing but without any understanding, any thought behind that, then that will directionless, fruitless activity. That may lead to even contradiction and confusion. It is said two people were there who were rowing the boat. In the same boat they were sitting and rowing the boat. And they started, and whole night they were rowing. And in the morning what they saw, that they were on the same spot where they had started, and whole day their rowing went into vain. Why? Because vision was not there. Which direction we have to go? So both of them rowed the boat in the opposite direction. So in this way, a life of dynamism flows from a combination of great vision and action. And that's what is said in last verse of Bhagavad Gita. Yatra Yogeshwara Krishno Yatra Partho Dhanurdara Tatra Shrir Vijayo Bhutir Dhruvanetir Matir Mama. So Lord Krishna symbolizes that great vision, spiritual, holistic attitude, and Arjun, Partha, along with his bow and arrow, ready to fight, strong and valorous. He symbolizes the action, implementation of that vision. And then that society, that nation becomes great. That is their golden period, as history would know. Next, by study, reflection, and practice, we discover various aspects about ourselves. It is a joyous journey to the self. By studying the scriptures, our ignorance is dispelled of these basic things of life. Then reflection removes the doubts, and the practice, actual thinking, feeling, and realizing that removes the impossibility of that great truth. So in this way, by study, reflection, and practice, we discover various aspects about ourselves. Ourself, it is a joyous journey to the self. Since the self is an embodiment of infinite happiness, the journey towards it is also same, full of joy, and it consists of the subtle joy like winning over one's mind and restraining one's sense organs from the overindulgence in sense objects, etc. Also, study of scriptures gives us the higher happiness, and the base point from which we started, that was also in joy. So this all study, yatra, this all travel is from happiness to happiness, and this is done by Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana. प्रमाणगत असंभावना, प्रमेयगत असंभावना and प्रमातागत असंभावना. अज्ञान, संशय and विपरीत भावना, असंभावना. Next, understand that I am the source of happiness and live like a master in this world. When I get convinced what our scriptures tell with authority and also established with logic and give us enough examples of our own experience and say that I am the source of happiness, then we live like a master in this world. Then we are not the slaves in the hand of our mind to get just a flickering momentary happiness, which also itself turn into sorrow. The happiness ridden by the fear of loss can't be said real happiness, and also the happiness that is resultant of so much hard work and great activity also can't be said to be happiness, because if we stop that work, if we are unable to put forth that effort, then we are deprived of this. So when we come to know that my own nature is of happiness, I do not need any support for being happy on any sense objects, etc. Then our life is fulfilled. That way we become the master of our happiness. Then the other things may be conducive or not conducive. All the pairs of opposite may be there, because the outer world itself is changeable, always subject to change. Uncertainty is only the certain thing in this world. So therefore it cannot remain constant. It always cannot remain according to our own likes. But now since we come to know that I am blissful, bliss is my nature, then we remain in this world as a master and not as a beggar. Next, when the ego is destroyed, life is a joyous celebration, forever in the bliss of the self. This ego is as if a stone over the sprinkler, and that hinders the free flow of water. In Vivek Chudamani, this ego is told to be a thorn that has pricked in the throat itself. Therefore, after that, whatever sweet or very delicious dish that we are eating, but every time we try to swallow that morsel, this thorn of ego, which is already there, that pricks, and therefore we cannot enjoy that eating. When we remove this ego, then we can really enjoy and relish this world. They say keeping ego at like our limited body, etc., I-ness in this body, etc., and living in this world is like eating and apple or eating banana or orange with its peel, or eating chocolate with its peel cover. When we just put this ego away, and this ego is melted by knowledge, by thinking, inquiry, self inquiry, or by surrendering it completely to the feet of the God, or by melting it in the selfless services of the society, but ultimately by way of self knowledge. Like sun comes and the smog, smoke and fog goes away. In the same way, when this ego goes away, our life becomes a joyous celebration forever in the bliss of the self. As if that spills over whenever there is little stimuli from outside. And therefore, people all flock to such a saint and sit there, travel for hours together to be with them, and then sit there for long times just to bathe in that bliss of the self. Next, to see the one reality that pervades all difference is the highest knowledge. चैतन्य है तो सर्वगत, तेजो स्वीकारे तो संता. This spark of life is a manifestation of that pure consciousness in the medium of body, mind, intellect. So one who is able to see that, to know that, to recognize that, then he is having highest knowledge. To see the one reality that pervades all differences is the highest knowledge. And this is a trained vision whereby the outer coverings are removed in inquiry, and the core, the real self, is seen as the self in all. So this is the king and queen of all sciences and all knowledge. Adhyatma Vidya Vidyanam. Raja Vidya it is called. Why? Because it gives us completeness. When once this knowledge comes, it never goes. It is never denied by any other knowledge or any other logic. And by this knowledge, one becomes this self. And it completely makes us free from worry, fear, delusion, and grief. Therefore, this is highest knowledge, and it is got without any dependence on our direct sense organs of perception, etc. The giver is one alone, the hands through which he gives may be many. That one pure consciousness has taken the form of all those are around us, and those who take care of us, help us. Even our mother and father, our teachers, they are all his form. And those who help us in our difficult times, they are also inspired by him. So he only experiences in the form of this world. So the giver is one alone, the hands through which he gives may be many. He can take any name and form, and he can appear and give us what he feels is needed for the best of our spiritual practices. Yogakshemam vahamyaham means necessary things that we don't have to acquire that, and to maintain that we already have. Next, singing the praises of the Lord purifies the heart and enables us seek the truth. So simple way of having the desire for this knowledge is singing the praises of Lord. To sing the glories of Lord, to sing songs of devotion of Lord, devotional songs, bhajans, hymns, that purifies our heart, because the object of those praise or admiration is the Nitya Shuddha Paramatma, ever pure, and therefore singing his glories purifies our heart of all other distorted views like desire, anger, greed, delusion, jealousy, etc. And then in such a purified mind, the curiosity to know ourselves, the curiosity to study and seek the truth, that Lord emerges. Therefore, this is also an important spiritual practice, to sing devotional songs, etc. And also to give discourses, that is also praising the Lord and its glory, not only with form but formless also. The only way to develop love for God is to seek the company of those who have a deep love for Him. Satsang is the ideal way. It is said that one can give what one has. If we want money, we must go to him and ask who has money. So in the same way, if you want to be a devotee of Lord, if you want to get that devotion, then we must go to those who are already devotees of Lord. Then they can guide us how that devotion can be cultivated. And for that purpose, company of good people is the way. The only way to develop love for God is to seek the company of those who have a deep love for Him. Satsang is the only ideal way. They have gone through these all stages of practices. They know the tricks of mind and how to overcome them. They know the opposition that a seeker may face from outside, and therefore they very sympathetically understand him and guide him. At times they assure him not to curse yourself, not to curse oneself for any falling in the way in between, falling prey to the desires, etc. And they give him courage to again get up and walk the path. Therefore, one must always do satsang. Satsang is not only listening discourses but even reading or contemplating on a thought of a scriptures, etc. In prayer, we talk to God. In meditation, He talks to us. Dialogue just generally happens between two. So it is not only one is talking, other is listening. To have a dialogue, both should talk. So one should allow others to talk, and he can talk only when one keeps quiet. After speaking, if one becomes silent and attentive to listen, ready to listen, eager to listen, then the other person will speak. And Gurudev says, God is a very decent guy. Until and unless you stop your blabbering and continuous speaking, he will not open his mouth. And for that, we have to be silent, not only outwardly, but in our mind also. Otherwise, so much noisy talk happens at the thought level in our mind. One thought cuts another, and the second cuts this also. So, in this way, when we quieten our mind, hush it, and still remain awake, alert, and cautious to listen that word of innermost self in us, that antaryami, the inner regulator Lord in us. Then he speaks to us. So in prayer we talk to God, in meditation he talks to us. It is said that once one lady took her husband to a doctor, and she complained about him that he speaks in sleep. The doctor said, give him at least some chance to speak in the waking state, then he will stop speaking in sleep. And also they say that to speak is silver, silence is golden. And somebody added, silence is golden, therefore many husbands are rich. Because they have always to observe golden silence, therefore they are rich. Okay, next. A Vedanti has no problem with forms or formless. They are always in form. Really, Vedanta is unopposing school of thought. It is just a vision that encompasses all, each and every school of thought it encompasses as a certain stage in thought evolution. And the ultimate is Vedanta. So Vedanta has no problem with form or false. Even if formless, they are always in form. So Vedanta is always doing great. He is at the best of his enthusiasm and his performance. Even if he say that yes, form, that formless ultimate truth has taken the form of all this world, full of so many things. So definitely it can take form of your favorite deity, that idol, that picture, that symbol. Definitely it can take form. So if you want support, then you now be supported to it. Have sweet devotion And then when time comes, you mature and shift to formless. That is also the truth. So as the ice melts to water and then evaporates to vapor, as the clarified butter frozen because of cold and is melts because of heat. He said same way that formless as if melts because of the warmth of devotion of the devotee and takes form. Also to enjoy the sweet joy of devotion. Two-ness, duality is just accepted for some time. For the time being, it is accepted. Even though the oneness is realized. Next. Bow down to the scriptures, good God and Guru, by whose grace alone one attains blissful abidance in the self and fulfillment in life. यावज्जीवो त्रयो वन्द्या वेदांतो गुरुरीश्वरः पश्चात् ज्ञानाप्तये पूर्वं ज्ञानाप्तये पश्चात् कृतघ्नत्व निवारिणे. So as long as we live in this body, our Veda Shruti, the Lord and the Guru, teacher, are to be paid utmost reverence and respect, and we should fall down at their feet, fall flat at their feet and touch our head to their feet. Touch their feet with our head. Because we have to be grateful to them. Because their grace alone make us attain blissful abidance in the self, and thus our life gets fulfilled. We attain this great achievement, which is very rare, among this rarest human body. Next, be available. Every moment is complete in itself. Think anew, feel anew. Presence is a present God has given to us. So every moment it is as if it is a lease, a chance that we get to live a happy life. So turn your thoughts in such a way that you get a mind full of happiness. Every moment is complete in itself. Think anew, feel anew. Definitely we can channelize our own thoughts and feelings. We can handle our own feelings for our best, remaining alert towards them when they emerge in us without giving them the ability to overrule us. We can handle them to march towards our goal. Also the thoughts in our intellect. We as a consciousness itself, we become aware of our thoughts if we are alert. And then we can check them like a quality control department in a factory. And those thoughts which will pull us down as if we can discard them as rejected, defective, and those which are bright and make our future also bright, we can keep them and process further in way of speech and deed. So in this way, every moment to moment, we have got choice to make use of that. Next, the process of learning leading to the higher starts with listening. By listening only we gather the knowledge. Even in world also, we have not seen and experienced each and everything that is written in science and geography and all books. By listening only, listening actually this word is a valid means of knowledge. Shabda Pramana. In spirituality also, our pure self is not a thing that can be perceived by our senses. Neither it can be imagined or felt by mind or thought over or inferred by intellect. Therefore, Vedas, Vedantas, Shruti is the valid means of knowledge here. And therefore, it is said the process of learning leading to the higher starts with listening, because those Shruti Vedanta is to be listened by a competent Guru who is well versed in scriptures and has his own experience according to that, has got abidance in that experience. After this listening, our ignorance about the thing, about the self, about the higher goes away. We get an idea what are the indicators of that highest reality. Therefore, listening is very effective and essential. Next, only what is collected can be recollected. So you can recall to which earlier you have made a call. So you make something a member of your memory, then you can remember it. Like if you record on our tape recorder certain song, then when you play that recorded, it will play the same song in the same way. With our sense objects, what are the objects that we touch, listen, see, taste and smell? Also with our mind, which feeling we entertain? With our intellect, what thoughts do we possess? That all will come out on the surface when we will concentrate our mind for a study or meditation. Therefore, we should be very careful about what we take in, what imprints we are embossing, in what mold we are putting our thoughts. So the only what is collected can be recollected. Avoiding all distracting thoughts. When we take only one kind of thought, then definitely that mind intellect becomes very strong and cooperative to us, as if it becomes our own assistance and friend and relative, so as to help us to achieve our goal. Next, discriminate like the bees. Take the essence and drop the chaff. Honeybee or bumblebee, they go from flower to flower, and without disturbing them, without harming them, gently they suck the nectar with their receptacle, and in that they discriminate that flower petals is not taken. Also, which flowers honey is to be taken? It is said that Suvarna Champaka or Sonzafa, there this bumblebee etc. never goes. So in this way, the seeker is first examine, is this book is written by a well-known devotee or a realized saint? Should I read it? Should I spend my time in it? Also, it will get imprinted in my mind, and that only will be remembered by me afterwards. So does it worth it? Because any worldly person may write a book, but definitely a spiritual seeker will not like to read that. Therefore, discriminate like the bees, take the essence and not the chaff. Also, it is said that, like Rajdhani train, don't stop at each and every station. Only take selected main junctions. So, while living in our day-to-day life, every time two persons are speaking, so what is that about? Don't spend time to them, don't give ear to them. Only what is necessary, essential, important and related to you, that only you take. Otherwise, the indefinite n number of things are happening in this world and coming online on special social media. So if that all you are taking in, then definitely there will be only distraction of your mind. There should be selective. The essenceless, the substanceless things we must not allow to come in ourselves. Next, what matters is not our ability or inability. What matters is our availability. This is also a practical tip that we also experience. When a genuine urge to serve the Master is felt, then we make ourselves available, even though at that time we are unable to serve Him fruitfully, to do any important work responsibly. Slowly, the teacher makes us able. Slowly, he equips us with all the skills with which we can serve him better. But first, it is our duty to make ourselves available at his disposal. Also, this is not good that, oh, I can't do it. So, loss of confidence also we should not show. We should have confidence more than us in Him. And also in the Lord, that if Lord has given me an opportunity to serve such a great task or great master, then earlier only He must have made me able to do that. He must have earlier only prepared me for this. And when I am now eligible, He has offered me this chance to serve, to sing His glories, etc. So, what matters is not our ability or inability, what matters is our availability. And we should consciously try to imbibe in us various skills by which we can render various types of services to our great teacher. Next, we know our responsibilities, but do we feel responsible? Commitment is a great value. As a member of a society or a member of an institute or a citizen of a nation or a member of a family, we should feel responsible to do any work, any menial work that is need to be done. They tell the story of somebody. There was a task to be done, and everybody felt that anybody can do it, and the others felt that somebody will do it, and therefore nobody does it. So it is my responsibility and I have to do it. So in this way, we know our responsibilities, but do we feel responsible? We should feel responsible and act upon it. Remain active, dynamic. Next, right effort in the right direction for the right length of time achieves the desired goal. This is the formula for success. Enough of hard work put in the desired action, which is decided wisely, and till that time, consistently, with persistence, with perseverance, till it bears the fruit, then one gets success. Right effort in the right direction for the right length of time achieves the desired goal. So it should not be half-hearted or absent-minded efforts. Our full application should be there, full force should be there. It must be in the right direction. So clarity of knowledge should also be there, and consistency till what time it is to be done, that also is necessary. Then it reaps the crop for us. And this time differs according to the field of knowledge. Many fine arts like singing, etc., takes months and years together to know how to produce the single desired note from our vocal cords. Even though, and after that, in one night, person may become world famous. But before that, 20 years of daily practice is at the back. Without getting tired, without getting bored. The right effort in right direction for the right length of time achieves the desired goal. Next, when we do the to the best of our ability, ability grows and improves. As per our own strength, when we don't keep any stone unturned, whatever possible, we do it, then slowly our capability increases because we stretch ourselves in this performance, and then even we acquire other skills also, and we become an able instrument for divine service. So when we do to the best of our ability, ability grows and improves. Next, to face problems in life, the tools that help are right discrimination, faith in the result, and the goodness of God. So, whatever difficulties that we come through in life, maybe physical in the form of disease, etc., or maybe our family loss, or maybe other things like financial problem, then right discrimination is right thinking is needed. Mostly these problems, these circumstances are felt as problem because of ignorance born arrogance, me and mine only. This is the basic problem. Same situation may be there in case of so many people in the world, but I think my headache is greater than even heart disease of anyone else. It may happen in their case, but how it happened in my case? And when we just blow our own problem out of proportion, then we selfishly undermine others' problems. So let it happen in their case, but it should not be happen in my case. So we take ourselves to be someone holier than all, to have merits more than them. Therefore, no difficulty should come in our life. And we are special. So, right discrimination. Then, faith in the result. So, when I take enough steps, when I work for it, then definitely faith in result. So, that will happen. What is good for me, what is best for me, that will happen. And also the goodness of the God. The goodness of God. The Lord is all goodness. The Lord is all sympathy. The Lord is the real well-wisher of all the beings. And He is a good friend who resides in me also as the Self. And He has His grace upon me. Therefore, He always sees that no arrogance should take root in me, No pride or vanity should take root in me. And therefore, he always checks my action by punishing me in the right time. Next, there are factors over which only this much, nothing more. The result of action is affected by many factors, and out of that only work is there in our hand, but other factors we don't have any control over it. Therefore we can do our duty, that is in our hand, and nothing more we can do to get the desired fruit. Therefore we must not insist on the result of action, this much, this time, in this way, and at this place should happen. We should not insist on that, because all the other factors other than work which affect the result of action are not in our hand, and the God is the knower of that which is there in our past also. Therefore he is called the president of action and bestower of or disseminator of the result of actions. Karma Adhyaksha, Karma Phaladata, Ishvara. Next, if we think well along correct lines, problems can be solved, resolved, or dissolved. If we think well along correct lines, problems can be solved, dissolved, or resolved. So, right thinking, if it is there, then there will remain no problem. So, if it is just a circumstance and that is seen as problem, it will be solved. If it is just an apparent misgiving or misunderstanding, then that will be resolved. And if it is just a imaginary thought, it will be dissolved. Like it is said, this right thinking is Vedanta. And Vedanta solves, resolves, and dissolves this problem without touching that problem, but just working on the one who is having this problem. When the doership and enjoyership, the agentship of the one who is that is challenged by the Vedanta and then proved false, then this problem doesn't exist. Bhagavan Raman Maharshi used to ask this question to whoever came to him to solve their problems. When they used to tell him their afflictions, he would ask, who is the one who have this problem? And he will answer, I have this problem. What is I? Nan Yar. Who am I? So the person would say, I am Mahesh Pillai. Mahesh Pillai is your name. It is not you. As your pain is different than you. You are not your pain. Same way, your name is different than you. You are not your name. Then he would say, I am son of Ramesh Pillai. So that's your son of Ramesh Pillai is your relationship with your father. That relationship is different than you. It is not you. Then who are you? I am a doctor by profession. The doctor by profession is the discipline in which you have educated your intellect. That is completely different than you. You are other than the identification that doctor. So in this way, he will tell many things. I am a young, enthusiastic and good-natured person, etc. So then he would say, it is your nature, it is your qualities of mind. So your mind is completely different than you. So at last, that person who has come with problem would say, oh, then I don't know who am I. You only tell who am I. And then he would teach him the self-knowledge. That you are that pure self which you come to know when you merge this lower small I by way of inquiry, that who is this ego, what is this mind. So that is just a thought. So I am the one who entertains this thought, the knower of this thought. I am of the nature of peace and happiness, which is at the substratum of this thought. So in this way, if we think well along correct lines, problems can be solved, resolved or dissolved. Problems will disappear. It will just collapse when the person, the individual, is not there. It has merged in that total person. Next, steadfastness in the performance of duty makes the mind single pointed. Very nice secret of concentration Guruji gives in this thought. Steadfastness in the performance of duty makes the mind single pointed. In Swadharmanusthana gives ekagrata of mind. Mind becomes focused when we discharge our duties. And that too with determination. Even if our duties are such that they are not applauded much. Like Arjun was thinking that war is such a harsh duty, in that you have to harm the bodies of your enemy and you have to kill and take their lives. But whatever your duty is there according to your varna and ashram, your stage of life and stage in society as per sattva raja tama, three attributes, three qualities of mind, knowledge, attribute and inertia. So whatever your duty, if with full application of mind, if you do that, then it helps you get your focus of mind, your equanimity of mind, your purity of mind. By that way you can concentrate on your study, which will give you self-knowledge and liberate you from this bondage of duty. So it is said that steadfastness is performance of duty makes of the mind single pointed. This is rarely understood. For mind's concentration, they do all other things. But escaping from one's duty will not give that focus of mind and that hold of oneself over his mind. Next, to give advice is one thing, but to achieve something in one's own life is a different matter altogether. This is seen in case of the people around some great men of their era. They criticize, they suggest, and they give unasked, unnecessary, and out of the way advice. But really, when something very outshining is achieved, that person is really great. And these advice givers do not achieve any such thing. So, like they discuss only about people and events. To give advice is one thing, but to achieve something is one in one's own life is a different matter altogether. Giving advice is easy, but for everybody's welfare and some Herculean and great task is assured, which will stay for centuries over. And to the doer of the inspirer of such a task, in which so many people are involved. So organizing and inspiring all these people having different talents and skills, that is really different thing. And to such a person, actually advice is not to be given by common person, common ordinary people. Next, the more we express anger, the more we suffer. If we conquer the moment of anger, it disappears. This is also a very practical tip. Sometimes people feel that, oh, this feeling of anger has come, so we should express it, not suppress it. But if we express that, the more we suffer, the more we express anger, the more we suffer. If we conquer the moment of anger, it disappears. And if that moment we just avoid speaking or acting in its sway, then that anger also gets calmed down, and afterwards even we get surprised. Completely different state of mind. What was there at the time of that anger, that high tide of anger. Now when that resides, the mind again, we cannot, comes in that stage which we cannot even recognize it. Was it the same mind at that time? And this we can do by various methods. Knowing our identity, knowing the self is one, or even by practical methods. They say that take a mantra walk, coordinate your walking, your chanting of mantra, and your breathing. Possible, take a nap, go away from there, or drink a glass full of water. And one boy was advised by his mother to count 100 before getting angry. One day he came after a due fight, and his mother asked, "Why you fought with your friends again? I told you to count 100 before fighting, etc." So he said, "Yes, I was counting up to 100, but his mother had advised him to count only 50 before getting into fighting." So he finished that, he started, then I also started. When we get angry, really it is a punishment that we give to ourselves for the mistake of others. Many bodily things also happen in anger. Our muscles get rigid and stiff. Our blood circulation becomes fast. Our heart rate increases. So it is not at all wise to come under the sway of anger. Definitely, when it comes to discipline our children or our servants, then we have to show anger without getting angry. Gurudev says, use anger like a handkerchief. Take it out, use it and keep again in the pocket. Anger should be also issue based and not a person based. And always love is the great transformer. Next, unable to see the mountain of evil in ourselves, we clearly see the molehill of wrong in others, in another. So we become advocate for others and judge for others. The desired thing is exactly to become judge for yourself, your own faults, and become advocate for others, to confess them. So, unable to see the mountain of evil in ourselves, we clearly see the molehill of wrong in another. So, use your head when it comes to you, use your heart when it comes to others. It's said that take strict care of yourself, but take a soft, loving care of others. And fault finding is like that only. In Marathi, there is a proverb. दुसऱ्याच्या डोळ्यातलं कुसळ दिसतं पण आपल्या डोळ्यातलं मुसळ दिसत नाही. Means even a small thorn, very minute thorn is seen as big in others' eye, but even a large staff of wood, that is not seen in our own personality, own eye. Should learn to see the good traits, good characteristics in others, and stop seeing the faults in others. That is what the last advice of Sharada Mataji, the wife of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa Thakurji. If you want to be happy, stop seeing faults in others. That was her last advice she gave to the devotees around us at that last time, deathbed. Next, choiceless performance of duty as worship of God frees the mind of selfishness and attachment. Very obvious. When once when one does its duty without any likes or dislikes, just it is my duty, I have to do it, and that too to the best of my capacity, with full application of mind and finding joy in the job itself that I do. So, in this way, mind is fully occupied with that duty. So, thought of selfishness, what I will get from it, the result of it, that doesn't arise, and also that releases you from attachment, that is a binding factor towards action and fruit of action. So the doership and enjoyership, this also gets loosened. So choiceless performance of duty as worship of God frees the mind of selfishness and attachment. And this have we become discontented. When we focus on what we have, we feel blessed and fulfilled. This is also true. So we have to count our blessings and stop complaining. Otherwise, always a feeling of complaint is there. If you think really from the angle of law of action, karma siddhanta, then whatever we get in this life, including this body, its capacities, its health, and the family that we are born in, our family members, and also maybe in school, college, office, or any institute that we are in, the people around us, that all is due to our past actions. So when we keep on complaining, I don't have that, I don't have this, then indirectly we are declaring as if how my past actions were not good, so I got this only and not that, etc. But when we stop that, and when we always appreciate the good things positively and optimistically, then we declare indirectly as if that see, my past actions are so noble that I got these good things in and around me. And whatever our mind perceives, it takes the form of that, and it entertains and revolves in that, around that form. So those good things comes in us. And if we are always complaining, then our present moments are also lost, and unhappiness only, discontentment only prevails. So if the attention is on what we do not have, we become discontented. When we focus on what we have, we feel blessed and fulfilled. Therefore, start thanking God and feeling grateful towards Him that He gave us this life. At least every day we wake up, so that is the great availability to us. And He has given us the strength and intellect to turn into gold whatever we have with us. One person cried and shouted, "Oh God, do something." God said, "I did my duty, I made you." So now it's our responsibility to work and get what we want and face the life. Next, blessings work if you work. So God's blessings are there always with us, but we should make us receptive of taking them, and we should make us eligible to have it. Blessings work if you work. It is said that palmistry is there. So in our hand, whatever lines are there, that decide our fortune. But before those lines in the hand, there are our fingers, and with those fingers, etc., and when we work, then that fortune is taken care of. So first we have to work, and then blessings work. So we should always be putting forth hard efforts. We should work hard and not hardly we should work. Next, doing one's duty without the notion, I am doing my duty, leads to inner strength and spiritual progress. So, forget yourself in discharging your duty. Don't put their ego. Gurudev said that dance is best in which the dancer is absent. So, doing one's duty without the notion, I am doing my duty, leads to inner strength and spiritual progress. So, where in this way, the small individuality of us is forgotten in that work as worship to God. Because I is not there, and therefore that one principle, that essence of all the beings is there, and that then makes in turn our mind strong, our willpower increases, and then on spiritual progress we march forth. So do your duty and don't entertain the thought that you are doing your duty. Next, change your outlook and then look out. Very nice replacement of words. Crispy and witty quote. Change your outlook and then look out. So when a vision is changed, the whole scenario changes. The world which was earlier the cause of worry, tension, fear, disgust, now that has become divine and great source of joy and giving security to me and all friendly to me. So this change happens when inside we change according to the study of scriptures. We make necessary adjustments in ourselves. We allow the teachers to do that macro inner surgery in our intellect. Next, right decisions come from experience and experience comes from wrong decisions. So decide, do not delay the decision. Wrong decision is better than non-decision or undecisiveness, because right decisions come from experience and experience comes from wrong decisions. Once the mind becomes habitual of avoiding taking decisions, then it always increases and fear is also there. Then what if? But if it just takes decision, maybe first time it will go wrong, but definitely it will learn lesson. And then dakshata, that is just taking the stock of present happening in a second and immediately deciding what is the proper way of action and then doing it. This skill will come. So rarely some people has this scheme, that is taking risk, taking responsibility, deciding and then acting upon that. And one who ventures in this way, God also backs him, supports him. Next, actions done with total alertness and dedication are more effective than those done half heartedly. Actions done with total alertness and dedication are more effective than done half heartedly. When mind is something on something else and here hands are doing that task without mind, so the quality of that work is not excellent. And when that quality of work is very low grade, low standard, then it will not give any special great results. Therefore, when we are very watchful to keep our mind where our hands are, H plus H plus H, so head plus heart and hands are together. And also, this work is dedicated to the altar of our God or our noble goal, like service to nation. Then that is more effective. Those actions last long and prove to be useful for the masses. Next, there is room for improvement in everything we do. Sky is the limit for those who want to acquire greater and greater expertise in us. One person had a small stall of preparing and selling some food item, and he was doing the same thing for 21 years, and still he says that I am yet to reach the perfection. So there is always the scope, there is a room for improvement in everything we do, because it is said nirdosham is samam brahma, that Lord is the best in all the fields. So he is faultless and he is the best manager, best painter, best even packing, best packager, best marketeer, best philosopher, best manufacturer, best producer, best service provider, best doctor, best physician. So he is the best. So the more we forget our ego and go on getting involved in that work with the dedication to him, then we as if get connected with the Lord, who is the producer of this all things and beings, who is the manufacturer, who is the creator of this creation, and then we get that perfection. Till that time, there is always scope for doing better. Next, generally doing the routine and urgent, we forget the important in human life, actually important thing is the self knowledge, to realize that Lord. But we forget that important thing. And what is the urgent? So urgent is to pay tax, to recharge mobile, and routine, all routine things of comfort and entertainment and all other things that belong to this ephemeral world. That only we keep on doing, spend our life in that, whole energy in that, and we forget that important purpose for which we got this human body and we came here on this earth. So let us remember to do that important, urgent and emergent thing of acquiring self-knowledge. After having that, lot of lifespan is there for us to know the other things and to make merry. Next, true success is the ability to face every situation as it comes and build our life as we want. What is true success? Success and failure, these are relative things. Here it is said true success is the ability to face every situation as it comes and build our life as we want. So two things Guruji emphasizes here. One is to face life and second is to make life. We have got some of our dreams that yes, I will do this in life, and along with that we have to meet with the people and incidences that come uninvited or in routine way in our life. So that is true success. Here success is not counted in terms of any profit, any material return or marks, etc. But overall, our ability to keep our dignity and meet wholesomely the happenings that come in our life, and in the same way pursue our own dreams, our own ambitions. So that is called success. All inclusive definition indeed of this success. Like we see in case of Jatayu and Ravan. When Jatayu was there, he was resisting, he was in active resistance to injustice caused by Ravan to Sita, as he was kidnapping her when Sri Ram was not there. And he started fighting with Ravan. And they both were trying with all their might to overcome on each other. But Jatayu had no weapons, etc. Only his claws, his nails and his teeth and his wings, his beak, that was his weapons, and Ravan was having swords, etc. So at last Ravan cut off his wings. So that way, if you say Jatayu was unsuccessful in saving, protecting Sita, and Ravan was successful in taking her away. But in long run, we remember Jatayu with respect, reverence, because afterwards Sri Ram did his final rites, his death rituals with his own hands. So much fortunate he was, as if Ram treated him like his own father, the Emperor Dashrath. And Ravan is remembered not at all with respect but as a very arrogant and proud person. So that momentary success was not real success for Ravan, and that failure is actually success for Jatayu. So here it is said that when you make your life and you face your life efficiently, then that is real success. Next, the burden of duty appears when we work with love, devotion, and dedication. It becomes a joy, not a job to be done. The burden of duty disappears when we work with love, devotion, and dedication. It becomes a joy, not a job to be done. So when we take our career, when we take our service or job or our livelihood from that work for which we are made, which is our real swadharma, for which we had an aptitude to do it, then that job itself gives us joy, and then we don't feel the tiredness even after by doing that, because we have real interest, knack, and qualities for doing that. It is seen otherwise a person is interested in music, but at the time of choosing one's career after 10th, 12th standard of school, etc., due to either peer pressure or pressure from parents, that person has chosen the medical field, and now he has become doctor and he is practicing. But it is found that after that practicing hours, he goes to the musical group and there he plays tabla, repercussion institute. So in this way his job is there to earn his livelihood, but for joy he searches that field actually for which he was made, but he did not choose that as his career. So in this way the burden of duty disappears when we work with love, devotion, and dedication. It becomes a joy, not a job to be done. And one more thing here Guruji says, that if that work is it is okay whatever field you come, but if that work is done with love, devotion, and dedication, so let your job be your joy, then you fully get involved in doing that, and that too as a service to the God. Because whatever person comes as your customer or client, or if you are student teacher, then as your student, etc., so in everybody's heart resides the Lord, and to that Lord you offer your services, your work, and with that you worship that. So then that same work gets a great glow, then it is just become shining with devotion and dedication. So then the man also gets free from those bondage of action and the ego sense of doership and enjoyship. And therefore that job becomes joy for him. And then whatever hours he work, he doesn't feel that burden. Next, true spiritual life does not permit any compromise. No excuses are allowed. Spiritual life is a life of discipline and alertness and discrimination. That the highest thing is that self, pure consciousness, and for that, the knowledge for that, whatever I have to sacrifice, that I will sacrifice. By that, I will not entertain any loss, but definitely I will be in the profit because I will get that supreme knowledge which will free me forever and give me infinite happiness. So, in this way, always there is discrimination, discipline, and alertness. That is spiritual life. Therefore, it doesn't permit any compromise and no excuses are allowed. Today, my head is aching. Today, it is raining. Today, a guest has come. So, no excuses, no justifications. As we justify, our subconscious mind gets registered that yes, it is okay to do mistakes because justification is available for us. But when we own the mistake, we agree, we ask for forgiveness, that time it is registered in our subconscious mind. No, we are not supposed or covered. Therefore, we should be alert and don't allow from us to do mistakes. So, no excuses are allowed and also no compromise. Now, here it is said that to sacrifice the higher for the lower is compromise. So, that is not allowed. And the seeker is always ready to sacrifice the lower for the higher, meaning the body comforts or the sense enjoyment is always sacrificed for that no higher knowledge of the self. Like Sri Rama sacrificed all luxuries and comforts of staying in palace in Ayodhya, but he chose the exile to the forest for 14 years, which was for the higher ideal of keeping the promise given by his father. Next, abandon the sense of doership and become a flute in his hands. Lord Sri Krishna, the blue boy of Vrindavan, always holds his dear flute with him, and through that sweet notes, it has abandoned the sense of doership. It is a piece of that bamboo. Actually, with that bamboo also such a special plant. 4-5 years it just reflects without before getting sprouting, and then it grows high, and when it cut a piece of it to make a flute, then that piece is polished and then holes are created. 9 holes are created in that, and this all it suffers just to be in the hands of the Lord. And main thing, it doesn't play its own song, It doesn't speak out its own desires, its own opinions. It just remains there fully empty from inside and silence, and therefore Lord feels his own breath in it, and then divine song, divine sweet notes come through it that will that actually makes inert a living thing and living beings as if inert thing. It is said when Lord plays his flute, the cows which are grazing have cut some green tender grass in their mouth, but they forget to chew that, and they remain like a statue listening to that flute. Also the cows who are who have taken milk in their mouth from their mother's udders, they also forget to drink, that remains in their mouth, and with open mouth they just become stand still to listen the flute of Sri Hari. And same way, listening to that flute, the flowing river will just become frozen and stop flowing as it is without any waves. It will become like a magic wand is moved, it will stay there. And the stones, hard stones, start melting and become liquid by listening that flute. Why? Because it has made in itself empty of any ego, me and myself and mine desire, etc. So in this way, if we also make ourselves available for Lord, we also make ourselves egoless by selfless service and by self-inquiry, then He will work through us, and then we will also attract many friends like that flute did. Next, ask not, am I destined to succeed? Ask, am I determined to succeed? Guruji once said that some are destined to succeed, some are determined to succeed. So now here he is appealing us to ask, am I determined to succeed? And not that, am I destined to succeed? So even if we belong to the other category, that success doesn't come easily to us. So also, we may be determined to success, do right thinking and then right action in the right direction for the right time, then success will be ours. Once one scientist was doing an experiment, and 20 times he failed to get the desired results. And when he was interviewed and asked, are you successful? So he said, yes, I am successful in finding 20 ways of how not to do this experiment, and perhaps 21st time when I will do that experiment, I will be successful again to find out the way this experiment is to be done. So in this way, if I am determined to succeed, definitely I will be destined to succeed. Next, do what you are best at and do it in the best way. So look into yourself, see in which by doing what you are getting fully engrossed, you are forgetting yourself, and you can do that with joy and ease. So that is the thing, that you are best at it, and then do it in the best way. Take it as your career. Improvise on that, innovate on that, have creativity, and also the knowledge of all other things, how it will be useful and helpful for others, in what way it can be universally applied, and then go on doing that in the best way. Abraham Lincoln was a son of cobbler, and once it is said that when he was in a senate, a sanitary member who was knowing his background, in order to insult him, said in public that my father used to get his footwear, chappals and shoes from the father of Abraham Lincoln, our President of America. And Abraham Lincoln answered to this, yes, and my father did the best in that field. So if your father has a torn footwear, please bring it back. I will mend it again and give it to you. So his quality was best, his work was best. So do what you are best at and do it to the best way. In Japan, in every machine that a person operates, it is written on that personal best. So whatever product I manufacture or produce, that is to the best of my capacity. And in that way Japan has become a developed country, developed nation. Next, do not run away from life. Instead live it wisely. The greatest achievement is to live life as it comes. So escapism is not the way of life. Thoughtful living is the wise way of living, and even simply making ourselves comfortable at a place and living that life, just being, that is also great achievement when we live it appropriately as it comes. Do not run away from life, instead live it wisely. The greatest achievement is to live life as it comes. Everybody is not meant for doing very great things. One boy came home and told very happily to its parent that today was the selection for our annual days drama, etc. Teacher gave roles to all other students, and I also got the role for clapping them all. So in this way, even if we lived an ordinary life, just appreciating the great work done by others, that is also an achievement in itself. So understanding that, never entertain any inferiority complex, etc. And everybody is unique in this universe, and God is homogeneously same in each and every thing and being. So knowing that, live your own life. Do not run away from life. Instead, live it wisely. Be contented, happy, and fulfilled. The greatest achievement is to live life as it comes. Very deep thought. Next, achieve happiness. Real happiness is gained in two ways only: make someone else happy, discover your own self, true self. Uh, old an old proverb goes like this: if you want to be happy for an hour, you take a nap. If you want to be happy for a day, go fishing. If you want to be happy for a month, get married. If you want to be happy for a year, make others happy. If you want to be happy forever, know yourself. So, in this way, there are two ways of getting happiness. When one make others happy, because the self is same, self is one and the same. So, keeping others unhappy, we can't enjoy happiness. And when we do sacrifice and try to make others happy, then definitely we get that peace and happiness and the feeling of fulfillment in us. And of course, second thing is to know yourself, that you are of the nature of the happiness. Then never ever you will feel the want of any other object for being happy, and you will be there and you will be happiness yourself. Next, live life in such a way that we make it simple, easy, and happy for ourselves and for others. So, live in simplicity and not in complexity. If somebody asks a question, answer it plainly without a counter question or any accusation or any twist and turning, any satire or ironical saying, etc. When we follow the rules, etc., simple rules, then life becomes happy and simple and easy and light like a feather. And when we become wicked and crooked, then there is tension. When we lie or resort to falsehood, then also there is tension. So therefore, live life in such a way that we make it simple, easy and happy for ourselves and for others. Then for them we become predictable, and that forms the base for lasting relationships. Next, to know the source of joy, we need to know the reasons for sorrow. So one person asked, what I should do to have fun and enjoy life? And Guruji said, be serious. So in the same way here he says, to know the source of joy, we need to know the reasons for sorrow. So, if we think and inquire into the reasons for sorrow, then we can remove them and we can abandon them, and then we will be established in our own self, which is the real source of infinite happiness. For that purpose, we have to take up a serious study and spiritual practices, because earlier our mind has become very tempted and always going for comfort, etc. So the main thing is training and purifying mind only, with which we will experience and enjoy this happiness. That vast ocean of happiness lies in us only. For that purpose, for it is not to be created, it is there always, even in this state also, when we think that it is not there. So the only reasons for sorrow we have to remove. That is the main thing. And we are attached so much to the sorrow only that we hardly cooperate to remove it. We as if hang up and hold it tightly. Generally, we are not ready to remove our conditioned thoughts that I am a jiva and I have to take so many births to do this sadhana and then I will realize, etc. If we are able to leave this rigid identification, then immediately, that very moment, we come to know that we are ourselves that source of joy. Next, love for wealth takes away the wealth of love from our hearts. Very nicely Guruji has told the fact that we see nowadays. When we give unnecessary and out of the place importance to the wealth, then for that even we talk harsh words and we hurt the feelings of our near and dear for the sake of that wealth, which is actually the reason for our fear and diseases, etc. Artham anartham bhavaya nityam. Adya Shankaracharya ji has said in Bhajagovindam, it is wealth is calamitous. Guruji says love of wealth takes away the wealth of love from our hearts. If we are attached to and greedy of wealth, then as if we become a dry personality and absence of love is there, because that love is directed towards that wealth only, then we just become an isolated personality, like in the sense that our family, they also just get away from us, our servants, our colleagues. And when love is not there, then that joy and happiness we lack. And the main thing is that wealth never loves us. The money, that never knows that yes, this person is loving me so much. That money never pays any heed to it. If another person takes it, it easily goes with that. It doesn't have any attachment with this person, the money mongers. So it is only one-sided affair. So better we think and protect the treasure of love in our heart. Then outer wealth, it may come and go on its own. But if you are wealthy in the from the point of view of this love, then that is real happy life. Next, the same object or event does not give the same measure of happiness and satisfaction at all times. It means if a person likes something and that person gets a certain X measure of happiness after enjoying that thing once. And if that person after 50 years of old, that same object is given to him for happiness, for enjoyment, then that time he doesn't enjoy that happiness, that object with X measure of happiness. Example, a girl is very happy and very happy with that doll, etc. But after 30 years, if that doll is given to her, it will not feel that happiness, that intensity of happiness, that measure of happiness. So it shows that happiness doesn't lie in that object. If that was the case, it would have given the same measure of happiness even after whatever years, or at all times it should have given the same happiness. So the happiness is in the experiencer, the consciousness principle, and therefore we should in this way think and reduce our attachment towards sense objects and increase our withdrawal and try to experience that happiness which lies in ourselves. The same object or event does not give the same measure of happiness and satisfaction at all times. We base our happiness on people's expectations, which remain in a constant state of change. We base our happiness on people's expectations, which remain in a constant state of change. It is said that you cannot fulfill expectations of all the people for all the time, because those expectations vary even in one person from time to time, and in case of many people around us, of course they vary. One person was fighting for his opinion. At last the other person said, okay, I agree with what you say. So that person said, that will not work now, I have changed my opinion. So again now there is a cause for fight. So we cannot fulfill the expectations of, we base our happiness on people's expectations, which remain in a constant state of happiness. So we can't be happy that yes, I have completed the expectations of such a person. A famous story is there of a boy and his father who wanted to sell their donkey in the village market, and they were driving their donkey to that place, So there were some people sitting on the way. So they heard that these people were talking. So foolish this man and his son is. See that donkey is there, strong, stout donkey, and still they are walking. They are not sitting on that. They should have sat on that. So they both sat on the donkey and they started walking ahead. Then at next square they found another group of people and they heard them saying, "Oh, so much cruel these boy and his father are. This one donkey and they both are sitting on that. One may sit on that, but not both." Then the son said, "Father, you sit on that, I will walk." So then he got down and father sat on that donkey and they drove it ahead. And then further, again there were some people talking and watching them. So they heard them saying, so much this father is hard-hearted. See, his son is walking and he has sat comfortably on the donkey. He don't have love for his son. So the father felt bad and then he climbed down and asked his son to sit. And the son sat on the donkey. And then further when they were going, they heard people saying that, see, nowadays children don't take care of our father, they don't serve us, our parents. See this son comfortably sitting on the donkey and father is walking all the way. So the son got down. Now they got confused what to do. People's expectations are different. So they took a bamboo and tied the donkey's two legs at a distance, and upside down they took that bamboo on their shoulders. So now they were carrying that donkey. And that donkey was very much confused because he was upside down, hanging on the bamboo. And then there came a bridge under which there was a river flowing in flood. And seeing that water and hearing that sound, the donkey got more wild and it threw his legs wildly and he got that knot untied and then he fell in the river and get drowned. So if we keep our expectations, our happiness dependent on the expectations of others, that we will fulfill their expectations and then we will become happy, then that will not happen because expectations keep on changing. So we have to have our own stand, and whatever our duty is there, we have to do that to the best of our capacity to please the Lord and not to any one person. Next, formula for permanent unhappiness. Ignore what you have and long for what you do not have. Then definitely you will get unhappiness. So, corollary is, opposite of it is, count your blessings and stop complaining, start thanking. One person was so wealthy, having crores of rupees estate and wealth, and that was enough for actually his 7 generations to sit and eat. But still he was complaining and crying. Why? Because what will happen to my 8th generation? That was his worry. So formula for permanent unhappiness: ignore what you have and long for what you do not have. And one person was very thankful to God So earlier he was saying that I don't have shoes. See, others have shoes. But one day he saw a person who don't have legs. Then he realized that yes, he has legs, and therefore he started thanking. So the formula for happiness is, note down what are the things available to us free of cost and of course gifted by God, and then you will always be contented and joyous. Next, nowadays life has become more comfortable and we have become comfortably sorrowful. So earlier days much physical work people used to do. So there was a capacity, there was a strong resistance power against diseases, etc. And they were contented, having limited desires, and health was also there. And whatever used to get with their teeth and bones, etc., they used to go along with that. But nowadays, all the things are available. Invention of wheel resulted in so many machineries that will reduce our efforts and hard work and physical labor. But then, on the other hand, it has given rise to so many problems on body level and also mind level, because over ambitious we became, and also harmony, love and understanding in between the members of family, society and nation became rare. So earlier we were in comfort and sorrowful, and now we were comfortably sorrowful. So हाथ में रुमाल है रेशम का और उससे हम अपने आंसू पोंछ रहे हैं. So riches is there, but joy is lacking. Next, we are not able to understand our own mind. How then can we understand that of others? So whole system is to be directed towards making us withdrawn, inverted, and by introspection, self-examination, and then by study of our own mind, we should understand it fully, make it our own best friend, make it, discipline it to obey us, and then there is possibility that we may get that superhuman accomplishment to understand the mind of others and to know the thoughts of others. Here, when our own mind is rebellious to us, disobeying and not cooperative with us, then definitely even our students, if we are a teacher, they will disobey us. Win the mind, win the world. No mind, no world. KNOWNO. Next. Don't confuse shamelessness and foolishness for fearlessness. It is said that where angels fear to tread, foolish goes fearlessly. So taking risk unnecessarily and harming and destroying ourselves, this is not fearlessness, number one. And second, the things for which we should feel shame are to be known. Discrimination should be there. actually is a divine wealth that God has enlisted in Bhagavad Gita in 16th chapter. Re means lajja, shame. So when we do not do our duty, when we do what is prohibited by the universal constitution, that is dharma, that we speak untruth, we harm others, we steal the things of others, we eat what we should not eat, we drink what should we not do, and we do all the things that are below the dignity of a human being. We are ungrateful towards Lord and the one who gives us everything, our parents, etc. So these all things we should feel shame of, but not the things like singing God's glory and openly showing us that, yes, openly identifying ourselves as a devotee. So that we need not do secretly. So where to feel shame and where to feel shameless, that is also we have to discriminate. So that is different than foolishness. Then and fearlessness also should be there. If somebody is criticizing our deities, our gods, our culture, our religion, our patriots, our scriptures, then we should be fearless there. But we should always be God-fearing. Or we should always be fearful for committing sin, etc. Next, to fight the mind is a losing battle. It is better to understand it. Srimad Bhagavad Gita says, I am mind in all your organs, organs of perception, organs of action, and inner organs, antakaran. I am mind. And this mind is one which is made up of the total sattvic mind from all the elements, and therefore it coordinates the receipt of knowledge of all the senses, means sound, form, touch, taste and smell. So all the organs of action and sense perception, mind coordinates their work. Why? Because it is made up of the essence of all five elements, and itself is very fine surface for reflecting our own self as happiness and knowledge. Therefore it is very futile to fight with mind, because that is the one with which we do that. So it is inspector and the thief is the one. So better to understand that. Mind itself takes the form of a policeman, and it itself becomes the thief. So that all play of one mind is going on. That itself becomes the sense objects. That itself becomes the one who is attracted towards that. देहादि सर्वविषये परिकल्प्य रागं बध्नाति तेन पुरुषं पशुवद्गुणेन वैरस्यमत्र विषवत्सुविधाय पश्चादेनं विमोचयति तन्मनैव सर्वम्. It only earlier imagines the joy that self-indulgence in the object has, and then it itself recognizes that, oh, it is joyless, it is sapless, and then it liberates one. स्वप्नेऽर्थशून्ये सृजते स्वशक्त्या भोक्त्रादिविश्वं मनेव सर्वं तथैव जाग्रत्यपि नो विशेषस्तत्सर्वमेतत् मनसो विजृम्भणम्. As in the dream, it itself becomes the enjoyer and it itself becomes the object of enjoyment. Same way, there is no difference in waking state also. It itself becomes all the world. So, if you understand the mind and slowly cultivate divine virtues in it, then that is enough for us for spiritual progress. Otherwise, mind is so rebelliant and strong that it is a losing battle to fight with it. So it is better to understand it. Next, how can we be happy always? Become blind, deaf and dumb, but keep the mind open. So there is a tip for constant happiness while living in this world, while contacting with all the people and things and beings. Become blind, deaf and dumb, meaning use selectively your organs of perception. Keep your mind open, accept all, keep nothing, reflect all, reject nothing. So be like a cracked mud pot. Whatever experience comes according to our past karmas, past actions, go through it. Do whatever necessary in that case as per your role in life and as per your attributes, qualities of mind, sattva, rajatama, and leave it. Move ahead in the life. Don't get accumulated thoughts of past experiences. Don't brood over, don't replay them again and again on the screen of mind. Don't get involved in it. Be ready for the next experience. Leave that earlier. So in this way, live in the present moment. And we should know when to listen, when not to listen. Then when to see, when not to see, and when to speak, when not to speak. If you have proper control over that, then you are happy always. So keep your mind open, remain alert, be receptive, be sensitive, and like a tortoise, when it feels a danger, it withdraws its limbs inside the shell and remains secured there. And when it feels that it is very secured environment, then it keeps open and then walks ahead. So in the same way, we should be able to judge the situation. When there are distractive things, we should stop. Even if our eyes are open, we should stop seeing. Even if ears are open, we need not take that to heart, whatever we listen. And also, we should censor our words and speak whatever only true, loving, very meager speech, the minimum speech. So in this way we will get happiness. We should behave in such a way that while sleeping in the night, as we touch our feet to the bed, immediately you should fall asleep. We should not get involved in so much happenings of the day. Next, wisdom is not what comes our way because we have ordered it thinking in the past. Wisdom is to accept what comes our way because we have ordered it by thinking in the past. So it is said that what you get now in your life, that you have only ordered in the past, long before you get. So it is as if we give the blueprint of the house that we want to the architect and contractor, and accordingly house is built. Then afterwards if we complain, then he said that you give that this map, this plan, therefore I prepared like that. So same way, as we think now, as we speak now, and as we do the action, accordingly our future is carved out of that. So it is very careful, means we should be very careful, and lot of precaution is to be taken before we entertain any strong thoughts and get involved in speech and act according to it. We should always think of ahead, think of its repercussions and implications in future, long future, because that minute tendencies of thinking, desiring, doing and enjoying that are there in our mind, that are called vasanas. So wisdom is to accept what comes our way because we have ordered it by thinking in the past. So now we have to accept it, and after accepting that, what now present moments are available to us, with that we should do the best things without any complaining or otherwise of those earlier things that come to us unasked. So we should take responsibility of that. Yes, like this my past actions were there, therefore this happened to me, without asking. Okay, so that I accept, and now I should spend my time in doing the most beneficial thing, and that is devotion of Lord and trying for self-knowledge by doing selfless service, etc. Next, every problem has a solution. If there is no solution, then it is a fact that it is better to accept a fact. Every problem has a solution. If there is no solution, then it is a fact, and it is better to accept a fact. So, what cannot be cured should be endured. If we can't change it, then we have to bear with it. That discrimination we should have. So whatever is in our hand, in our capacity to improve, to make it comfortable to us, convenient to us, that definitely we should do. We should find out the solution, and generally it lies where the problem is. Sometimes that is not a problem, just a situation, just a circumstances, or sometimes even an opportunity in the disguise of problems by which we grow. So it is said, O God, give me the strength to change the things that I can. Give me the forbearance to bear with the things that I cannot change. And please give me the discrimination to know the difference between two, what I can change and what I cannot change. Next, what is the secret of happiness be ready to accept it if sadness comes. What is the secret of happiness? Be ready to accept if sadness comes. Very nice. Paradox. Acceptance is that which leads to contentment, that leads to happiness. So, accepting all the unconditioned things, definitely, when we are here on earth in this mortal body, there is some merit and demerit in our account, of which we will get the joy and sorrow as a result. So, definitely, no one can get complete joy always, and no one can get complete sorrow always. So, definitely, sadness will come, and we have to accept it. And in that way, we can be rooted in the happiness of our own self. So, it is the secret of happiness. Be ready to accept if sadness comes. So, without any complaint, without throwing in a tantrum like a child, we have to go through the bad times. That is a sign of wisdom, and it is seen in the life stories of many saints. Next, know that you will not always get what you want. Therefore, learn to be happy with what you get. The santosh, this is contentment. It is said that santoshat anuttama ratna labha. The invaluable diamonds one gets, precious pearls, jewels one gets when one accepts the things as they come to it. Anyway, from the point of view of knowledge, this all is just an appearance. So, in like a dream, even if we get joy or sorrow, after awakening, that doesn't matter much. In Adhyatma Ramayana, when Lakshman get offended towards King Dasharath, his father, for not keeping the promise of coronation given earlier to Sri Ram, and he starts preparing for the fight, etc., and tells Sri Ram that I will imprison them and you get coronated. So the Ram simply asks him, "Oh, you are getting off as if this is all true? You know this is all unreal. This is just an appearance, this keeps on changing. So what to get even if I get coronated, or I just am exiled to, I got exiled in forest. Why you are taking it so seriously as if it is all real? There is no reality, no substance in it. It is just an appearance. So know that you will not always get what you want. And of course, from the point of view of action, law of action also, we get what we deserve and not what we desire. And we should serve to deserve. So there is a efficient fruit giver who knows all the things, and accordingly he distributes the result of actions. So we have to accept that there is no other way. Otherwise, we will just keep complaining, and in that only our present will also be spoiled, which will again become our destiny for the future. So instead of that, use each and every moment of your present life for carving out a bright future for yourself. Act wisely. After thinking properly on the basis of scriptures. Next, likes, dislikes, and attachments make man weak. When desire for I-ness and minus leave, we enjoy peace of mind. So attachments and hatred, they make us weak because we become dependent on that. I am happy if I get what I like. I am happy if I don't get, if I am successful in avoiding or running away what I dislike. And the object of attachment, if it is there, then I am happy. So our happiness depends on so many things. And always worrying for that, chances are there to happen exactly opposite. It is said that man don't want sorrow, but it comes and just sticks to it, hugs to him, and he wants to keep the joy, but that just leaves so fast, so quickly. So that makes man weak because it keeps on thinking about them, worrying about them. When desire for I-ness and minus leave, we enjoy peace of mind. And these all likes, dislikes, and attachment are based on I-ness and minus. Things may be there, but only the things related to me I am attached and I may feel likes and dislikes. Where I-ness and minus is not ego and these further feelings of belongingness, the thoughts revolving around the center of this little personality, I. If that is not there, then these further feelings are also not there, then this resulting fear, anger, desire, jealousy, greed, that also is not there. And therefore there is peace of mind, and that is the happiness that one enjoys. So examine yourself, objectify your mind, and then examine, and then treat it properly. Both in matters of spirituality, both in matters spiritual or worldly, strength is important. The world is not for weak. Be strong and fearless. Nayam atma balhinena labhyah. The willpower, the power of our organs, bodily power, and the power of the self, power of intellect to understand, comprehend, remember, analyze, differentiate. These all powers are needed for spiritual and also success in worldly life also. So one should make ourselves strong with proper lifestyle, proper values, with great thoughts from scriptures, and also exercise, etc. Exercise, proper rest, good habits on the level of body. So, both in matters spiritual and worldly, strength is important. The world is not for weak. Be strong and fearless. Fearlessness that ultimately comes from oneness of the self, but before that, it comes from faith in Lord and self confidence. When one gets the knowledge of the thing about which he has fear, if one is afraid of swimming, then he can equip himself, he can train himself properly, he can practice that properly, and then that fear will go. If one is afraid of public speaking, then instead of giving in to that fear, he should practice that purposely, and then he can overcome that, and that same object will turn to be the source of joy for him then. A small baby, even if so many times it falls down, it doesn't stop trying to get up, trying to turn to its side, trying to sit, trying to stand, trying to take a first step, etc. So, fear of failure also should not hinder us from trying again. And in spirituality, it is said that failure is a delayed success. You already belong to Him, you already are in Him, you are Him alone. And even if you fall, where you will fall, He alone is there. You will at the maximum fall from His shoulder to His lap. And we think that if I leave this ego, if I leave this individuality, then onto whom I will hang? I will be a supportless entity. No, this all pervading strong truth, the very strong fact that reality is there everywhere, and that will take care. Actually, our objective mind remains there, and that ego only for the purpose of transactions, badhita anuvritti, that remains there. So we can even more nicely we can enjoy the life after this knowledge. Only the troubling ego that causes us likes and dislikes, hatred and attachment, that only comes to death. And faith in God gives us strength to do all these things, and so many blessings of our lineages of Guru is behind, supporting us. So definitely we are entitled to do this, eligible to do this spiritual practices. Next, carry one thought with you. I refuse to be sorrowful. Then even Bhagavan will be helpless. If we firmly determine with ourselves that I refuse to be sorrowful, then nobody can make us sad. Because come what may, happen what may, if we ourselves decide to remain in equanimity, then nothing can move us or shake us. All the things actually are outside and we just are witness of that. When we go and identify with that, then we become miserable. So for that we should just see and could regulate the thoughts in our mind. And if we can do this, then definitely we can do better in the world. For that we should have a hold on our mind. What thoughts it should entertain, that we should decide. Like a person comes and goes in room and we watch. Same way we should watch the thought. If this thought of sadness come in, we should just pick it and throw it away. And that can be done just by watching it. When we don't let our identification power with it, it becomes impactless, ineffective, a dead carcass of thought. Next, keep in touch but don't be touchy. So remain connected with all, but don't get so much affected by their reactions and responses to you. Many times it happens that we give so much importance to others. Person saw at me or what not looked at me, smiled at me, not smiled to. It is said that don't give key to your happiness in the pocket of others. Whatever happens in the outward world, whether to take it inside you depends on you. So you always apply a layer of knowledge around you by which nothing from outside slips in you without your permission. Then you remain steady and still like a mountain. And then you can perform best in outside from that stability and equanimity. Keep in touch but don't be touchy. Keep safe distance from all but keep connection with all. Next, there is no need to compete or prove you. If you are good at something, the world will bow to you. So become the best at what you do. We have to compete with ourselves only. Have I become purer and joyful the way I was before this year? Or as I was very guileless, innocent in the childhood? Have I become that only or worse? So I have to compete and compare with myself only. And we need not prove also. They say that don't try to justify yourself. Those who love you don't need it. They will love you in any way. And those who don't love you will not believe it. They will accuse you in any way. So therefore, There is no need to compete or prove you. If you are good at something, the world will bow to you. So become the best at what you do. So instead of depending on the applaud or criticisms of others, you be your own standard and you try to improve and do become best, become the expert, the master of the field, become well versatile in that field in which you have got interest, and then definitely that will be recognized. But again, on that also you will not dependent. You will draw your happiness from that work itself, that you dedicate at the altar of the Lord, because He has gifted you that ability, that skill. And you have made yourself fine by practicing again and again. The smooth waters of Ganges, when it flows from a edgy stone, it makes it smooth and round ball, as if all the curves etc. it just polishes. So when one goes on practicing in the same field, he gets his mastery over it. Next, don't rise or fall in love, just be in love. If you fall in love, that is degradation. You lose your equipoise, you lose your skill and efficiency to do the things. You become dependent, emotionally dependent, and you become worrying fellow, warrior. So just be in love, and that is with the Lord, because Lord is that pure existence, just being. So you can also just be in His love. In ordinary love, there are chances of swelling or thinking somewhat importance about oneself when in love. When one is in the devotion of Lord, it gets all the virtues like humility and absence of pride, etc. Because Lord is the same, the abode of such all virtues. Next, the peace we experience in the mind comes from the self. It is not achieved by struggling or not struggling. Shantakaram. So the Lord is of the form of peace, serenity, solitude. The peace we experience in the mind comes from the self. It is not achieved by struggling or not struggling. So when we withdraw ourselves and we just leave the consciousness of the world, the body outside, so the substratum of all the thoughts, that peace prevails there in the mind. Actually, it is reflected from the self in the clean surface of the mind. So for that, we don't have to struggle. We don't have to entertain that I do not struggle also. That is the inherent nature of the Shantam, Shivam, Advaitam, the self. that is ever available for us, because self is ever available for us. It is we ourselves. Therefore, that peace is also there for us. Only we should learn to get absorbed in it and be it. Next, pride disappears when we understand that there is not a single thing we can create or do on our own. This is very real. If we think clearly in a right spirit, then we become then we come to this point that really actually our life principle, then our existence, our body, all our things, we cannot call it our own, even though for the sake of transaction we call it. But really, we don't own them, we have not made them, we neither know them, what is happening with them inside. And one day they are taken away from us. We have to leave them here and go. So they are really don't belong to us, they are not us and don't belong to us. So pride disappears when we understand that there is not a single thing we can create or do on our own. All the knowledge that we may be proud of, that also may be lost in a moment. So it is only because of God's grace that we are moving our hands and all the limbs and sense organs also. So really he is the one who is propeller. We are just like a puppet, a wood dolls, or just we are like a person in a dream of another person. So we are just in a thought of that Lord Almighty. So we must be very humble. Next, in spiritual life, forget the rights you have over others and remember the rights others have over you. So we have to pay attention whether we are discharging our duties or not. So I am here to perform my duties with proper attention and as a worship to the Lord. But never should I claim and demand my rights. When everyone performs their duties, automatically the rights of all the people is taken care of. So our culture, spiritual life pays attention and make us watch to examine that yes, with alert mind I am doing what I am supposed to do, what I am expected to do. and not to brood over what I will get, what benefits I will reap from this. So that is the beauty of duty. That when we do our duty, others' rights are secured, and same way ours also. Next, when there is a sense of oneness, there is love, and when there is love, there is desire to serve. As we serve our own body, because there is love on our own self, because it is source of happiness. And this love, born out of knowledge of oneness, brings forth all the virtues and values. They are uploaded at all times, in all places in the world. Desire to serve. You cannot love without serving. You cannot love without giving. So when love is there, like child and mother, like children and parents, all the forbearance and forgiveness, cooperation, care, readiness to sacrifice our own comforts for their good, and appreciation of the values, that all comes. So therefore relations are built strong with the foundation of this love, born out of oneness. We belong to one family, we belong to one community, we belong to one nation, we belong to one globe, we belong to one Supreme Self, Paramatma. We are all children of Him, and then brotherhood will prevail among us. Next, people say, I am willing to die for my ideal. Why die for your ideal? Live for your ideal. Live to stand up for it. So it is a way to say that I will even die for my art, etc. So Guruji says, you just live and work and stand up for that. So you do something actively, you contribute to your field of liking, knowledge, you induce others also, you encourage others, you spread whatever skill you have, you encourage others to have that legacy and go forward with their own contribution, their own addition to it. So in this way, let this process of giving and taking knowledge become strong, and thereby will fertile in all the fields of knowledge, sciences. People say, I am willing to die for my ideal. Why die for your ideal? Live for your ideal. Live to stand up for it. In Kathopanishad also it is said that Lord Yamraj knows all the system and all the methods of rituals. So when this knowledge is secured in a living brain, in the brain of the living person, then that is more protected than when it is stored in libraries and microchips, etc. Because those are libraries, those all things are subject to destruction. But this, when living cell is having this knowledge, it is passed on to others, and this in this way spreads, and a tradition of knowledge, a lineage of teacher and taught is created by this. Therefore it is protected. Thus that ideal will come into truth. Next, to think of peace as a state of mind is the bondage of ignorance. Peace of mind is not always in our hand. Even though we practice and bring mind under our control or regulate our thoughts, but still mind may get annoyed and disturbed, distracted at some times. But peace of our own self, that is the inherent nature of our own self, and that is always there where we are. Therefore, to depend on mind for peace is a bondage of ignorance. Mind is not me, mind is not permanent, mind is not conscious, mind is insentient, and same way the peace that depends on that will be temporary only. It will not be infinite. So better to know that peace is my own nature, my own form. Shantam Shivam Advaitam. Next, a wise one endures his sorrows, but is compassionate to the sorrows of others. This is called Karunikaha Titikshavah. He is very soft hearted and sensitive for the inflictions of others and tries to remove them, does something for that, sacrifice his own things for that. But when it comes to his own sorrows and discomforts, he just don't say any word outside and he bears that silently. Either he leaves the attachment of oneness to his body, or he takes it as a prasad from God, or just as a result of his past actions. But he bears that silently, his own afflictions. But tear comes in his eyes when he sees other people who are in trouble. जे का रंजले गांजले त्यांसी म्हणे जो आपुले तोची साधू ओळखावा. Wise one endures his sorrows, but is compassionate to the sorrows of others. So that is the great saint, and that is the devotee of Lord. Next, if you want happiness, the easiest and most joyous method is devotion to God. Ram Janma Sukhamool. When Sri Ram, Lord Ram, gets birth in you, your mind, that Ram is the shoreless ocean of happiness, and therefore that is definite way for becoming happy. One drop, sprinkling of one drop of it is the all accumulated happiness right up to the King of Gods in heaven. His all happiness, and also whether a donkey, when it rolls in the heap of garbage, what happiness he got. So that all is total in that. So all the happiness that is got from study or from yogic practices or from indulgence or for spiritual practices, all happiness comes in this happiness of the self. If you want happiness, the easiest, most joyous method is devotion to the God. And when we are devoted to that, when we contemplate on that, when we always think of that that Lord we like, that Lord we like to please, then automatically that happiness comes to us. That is sweet divine joy. Next, prayer is turning our mind to a greater source of power, knowledge, and wisdom. Prayer is turning our mind to a greater source of power, knowledge, and wisdom. Very good. Prayer is connection. Prayer is connecting ourselves to that eternal source of inspiration. Powerful reminder assuring you extraordinary results. PRAYER, acronym for it is powerful reminders assuring you extraordinary results. So when we get connected to that source of infinite power, knowledge, and wisdom, then definitely we also translate that through our work, and our small ego doesn't come in between. It gets swept as if in this all might, all knowledge, and all pervading existence. And therefore, prayer we should do every day and at the beginning of any task, any work that we do. Very nice. As the tap in our bathroom is connected to the tank over the building, and that tank is connected to the main water supply of the city. So same way, if we connect our mind with that totality, then definitely our inspiration is ever new and it always keep flowing. Then creativity also comes to us. Very nice. Then right is might. One who is righteous, one who is dutiful, honest, always holds a place of recognition, appreciation, and respect and reverence. So his personality becomes heavy and impactful and effective for others. And those who are weak, disintegrated personality, then they always are afraid of such person. So right is might. If you always do what you always did, you will always get what you always got. So same cause, same effect. If you want to happen something better in our life, then better change our thoughts, better change our actions towards good, and then better change our speech style also towards good, truthful, sweet, for the benefit of all, and to the bare minimum. Next, don't tell God how big problem is, tell the problem how big God is. So sing the glory of God, and then a problem will just be a trifle for us. Don't cry to God, there's so much big problem I have. It is just undermining God's capacity. It can do anything. It has created this world from itself only, without anything, without any material and without any instruments. So this problem is nothing in front of him. So we should tell the problem all the great virtues of God, all the great past deed that he did, sports of God, and in that we'll forget that problem. Next, learn from the nature. Her secret is patience. So have patience. Don't be impatient. One lady told to others, the only exercise my husband does is jumping to conclusion. So he is always excited and always impatient. How one bird blossoms, how one seed sprouts, how one fruit gets ripened, how a child grows day by day, year by year, how our mind matures. So definitely it is good to learn from the nature, her secret patience. If we could bring that patience in us, that will give us poise. We will take a pause, think, and then respond instead of reacting. That will save us from so many difficulties in relations, etc. Next, never believe anything unless it happens. So happening is a God's stamp that yes, it was sanctioned by Him. And so many things we speak of, plan. So better to believe them when actually they take place. We should plan, we should think of the things in few advance only, but we should believe them that yes, they happened when they really happened. And we have to work for that. We should not take it granted that when we have planned, otherwise we will get a shock and will be disappointed. Next, do your duty to please the God and not any person, because you cannot please a person for all the time, neither all the person for a time. So honestly, God resides in us, also outside. So therefore we should do that duties to the best of our capacity, happily we should do to please the God. Then we are at peace and ready to do our further duties. If people appreciate, well and good. If not, we are at contented and we are at peace that yes, we did it. What we should do. Whatever people remark, if that truth is there, then we can improve ourselves and thank them. If not, we can just ignore them. As if that is the speech in the language that we don't know. Have a single goal of life. Multi-motives result in stress. Very nice. When we have got only one motive, not ulterior motives or this also, that also. So we should be very clear the purpose for which living, the purpose for which doing the action. Have a single goal of life. Multi-motives result in stress. If you want to obtain knowledge or serve the society or get money, So we should think properly, consider all the things, and then decide this and work for that. Accordingly, we will get results. Otherwise, mind keeps on changing, and then we will be also we left with no peace of mind. On single goal, we can focus nicely, and thoughtfully we can break that in immediate goals, long term goal, goal of life, and goal in life, etc. Also, role of goal is important, and goal for each role that we do in our life with respect to all our relations at home and outside also, that are important. Next, some work hard and some work hardly. So these are the types of people. Also, some work and some take credit of it. We have to observe and know the nature of the person and accordingly handle it. And we ourselves have to become a person of hard working nature. Trust in the goodness of others. In their heart also God resides, as do in ours, as do He in ours. And so therefore, as we are good and honest, loving and truthful, same way others are also. So have positive respect for others. Though you will be remain alert and watchful, but still you should have basic trust in the goodness of others, and that makes your life easy and carefree. Even if somebody cheats me, then I should be more alert. I should learn a lesson to be more alert and be careful in all activities. Next, do not work tirelessly and do not worklessly. Do not rest worklessly. So you should balance work and rest. Otherwise, it is said that I rest if I rest, so I must work. And world will not allow us to take rest. We will have to take out rest. So this body mind equipment of us, we should use very wisely. Otherwise it will take a toll on us. And if we don't use it for our work, then it will make us a slave. Or it is said that use it or lose it. Then we will lose that faculty of working ability, thinking, etc. Next, world will not give rest, you will have to take it. So plan out your work of the day in such a way that there will be minimum necessary rest also, because ants also take rest, plants also go to sleep, they say. All animals, every system of body is made in such a way. Man is also made in such a way that from sunrise to sunset it should work, and from sunset to sunrise it should rest. But we have made our nights also day by inventing this artificial light, etc., and get our eyes also then defective. So world will not give us rest, we will have to take it. A child asked, tell me why Youth ask, why tell me? And elder says, tell, why me? So this is different in attitude. Same words, order is changed, tone is changed. So the feeling behind it, attitude behind it completely changes. Tell me why, says child. Why tell me, says youth. And tell, why me, exclaims the elder. Then optimist says, good morning, God. Pessimist says, good God, morning. This also shows, Gurudev says that when you get up in the morning, look at your right and smile. Give a smile to the God because He saved you and He kept all your functions going inside while you are asleep. So say, good morning, God. Make the God the first resort and not the last resort. So first only we should in our mind be feel secure because God is there with us. God is there for us and He manifests in the form of people and things around us. So remain in constant remembrance of Him. So make the God a first resort and not a last resort. In this way we thought a little bit on the quotations of Param Poojya Guruji, Swami Tejomayananda ji. We offer this at his feet. Om Tat Sat. Hari Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. Shri Sita Ramachandra Arpanamastu. Om Shri Chinmaya Sadgurave Namaha.